Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Yasodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Jamuna Thira Vanachari Jamuna Thira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yasodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Yasodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Jamuna Thira Vanachari Jamuna Thira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Agyantimidandasya Jnananjanachalakaya Chakshurum Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juthapadakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Bidam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakan Bidamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostite Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patithanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirbhishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatharine. On behalf of all those wonderful, sincere and dedicated devotees who organized this yatra. I wish to thank each and every one of you who have come for this pilgrimage. Baladev Prabhu read a list of some of the leading organizers of the various departments, but that list is quite inadequate. Some of these devotees, they began organizing, making orders, arrangements, traveling last year just after Kartik ended. And next week they'll start organizing next year's yatra. But really, purchasing, setting up pandals, arranging sound system, getting trucks to bring all the pots from Govardhan Eco Village, Chowpatty, and all the places they're stored, making all the arrangements for the serving, making contracts for all the buses, accommodations, Bhakti Hospital coming to give medical care for anyone who's injured or ill. The wonderful area for the children's playground. I went there yesterday, and my health was not good, so I couldn't stay long. But I was wondering why anybody comes to the pandal for the yatra. There were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of children, and they were so happy. And so many devotees. Child protections, children's care, so many people involved. And these yatras have been going on since 1986. I believe the first yatra there was 12 devotees. And it was for about 2 weeks. And I was wondering, how are we going to take care of 12 devotees? We didn't have a temple here or anything. We were going different places every day. In fact, some of the places we went, all the devotees went to the Brijavasi's house for madhu curry, because we didn't have any food. And gradually, in those early days, it was just, there wasn't any organization. There wasn't any leadership. There was not a single arrangement. We just went. But as the numbers grew, because devotees were really happy, the word spread, then we started actually organizing after a few years. And Radha Krishna Prabhu and Palika Devi and Abhiram Prabhu, Sitanath Prabhu, and various others. They were like the seeds who started organizing. And then gradually, as it expanded, it's a team effort. And in my own heart, everybody who participates, I am equally grateful, because it's the sacrifice of everyone that makes everything so wonderful. And their only goal, their single only goal, is as much as possible to give everyone who is going to attend a happy experience. As far as possible, a healthy, happy experience, being absorbed in hearing the glories of the Lord, developing deeper gratitude and dedication to serving Srila Prabhupada in his mission, feeling the wonderful gift of devotee association, and chanting the holy names. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. And following in the footsteps of all of our worshipped acharyas, who actually taught us what is a pilgrimage. In our parampara, of course, we read Sri Ramanujacharya. He traveled all over India for years and years, going to all the holy places. Sripad Madhvacharya did. Srila Madhavendra Puri. In Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, it describes Nityananda Prabhu. He spent years and years, about 20 years, just going to holy places of pilgrimage. From Ekachakra, and it describes so many. Tirupati, Kanchipuram, Kanyakumari, Udupi, Pandharpur, Dwarka, Badrinath, Kurukshetra, and it culminated in Vrindavan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spent 2 years going to all the holy places of South India, Western India, and then had another pilgrimage to Vrindavan. Mahajano yena gatasa panda. The proper way of being in pilgrimage is truly to follow in the footsteps of the great souls. So to see these, I'm just remembering one of my dear god sisters, Ladini Devi. She was serving for so many years as a pujari, as a cook, as a preacher. And after a long, long time, she came to India. First time in about 15 years of being a devotee. And when she was going around Vrindavan, every place she came, she was crying in gratitude. Actually, she hardly said a word. She couldn't speak. She was speechless. And she kept saying, my whole spiritual life I've been reading Krishna book, and this is where this happened. This is where Krishna appeared. This is where he delivered Putana and Trinabarta, and this is where he was bound by the rope of his mother's love. And this is where he danced upon Kali, and this is where he performed the Rasa Leela. She was just so grateful. Nandagram, Barsana, especially Govardhan. So we are meant throughout the year to be reading Srila Prabhupada's books and our acharyas. And then when we come on this pilgrimage, we're actually seeing not only where the pastimes had taken place, we're in the aprakata lila, beyond material vision. These pastimes are being performed at this moment, and we're here. And in the association of devotees, hearing, chanting, praying, serving, gradually we become purified. And we could actually feel the presence of Radha Gopinath and their associates in the spiritual world. Srila Prabhupada himself, with great effort, he got land in Mayapur Dham and in Vrindavan Dham, and developed beautiful temples, so that devotees from all over the world, and even people in general, will come to these holy places to experience in the association of devotees the spiritual world. We were describing the Chowpatty team of those ladies, 100, over 100 every day from 4:30 in the morning till 2:30 in the afternoon. We can't say all their names. Not a single one of them expects their name to be honored. But they tell me it's the happiest days of the whole year for them. Because they're making a chapati that somebody, they don't even know which devotee is going to eat the chapati. But they know that somebody is going to be happy eating this chapati. And they're not just thinking of me, they're thinking of us. I may make a few hundred chapatis, but every day we, as a group, we are kneading and rolling and cooking 20,000 chapatis. And each one is thinking we, meaning because of all of us, the whole yatra will be happy. And the whole yatra means each and every devotee personally. And same with all the other cooking. Some of the pots look like, yesterday I was walking around and there was one huge pot. they were cooking something, and there was green on the top. And it looked just like the kunds of Govardhan. And if it wasn't on a fire, you could swim in it. And how many hundreds of devotees are cutting the vegetables and cooking, standing over hot fires? Nobody wants credit. Nobody wants glory. Everyone simply wants to be a part of a congregational effort to give pleasure to each and every devotee. Because that's what gives pleasure to Krishna. This was an agricultural field. In fact, the Brijavasi who owns this agricultural field, I believe, is here. Sanat Kumar Prabhu, could you come and introduce him and offer a gift to him? This is his field. And the pandal, the kitchen, the serving area, the children's zone, the parking areas for all the buses and everything else going on, it's just between his crops. So we'd like to, if you could introduce, that would be wonderful.
Hare Krishna. So, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to one Shri Radha Kishan Fauzdar, who is the owner of this spot where we are all sitting. This is his wheat field. This is actually an agricultural field. And guess what they did? They allowed us to level everything, which is a big thing because after we leave, in a few months, you will not even recognize it's all filled with wheat crops. More than that, our devotees are assuring he took this seva as his own. He would be here. Our team says that we would complain. A milk tanker has been stuck in some mud. It was unseasonal rains this time. He came at 2:30 in the morning and saw to it that that tanker is released. When we said, for our cooking purposes, we need to dig a bore well. Now, normally, bore well construction means you need to have cement concrete. He said, go ahead. I will take care of it later. So, in total, about 9 acres, 35 bighas in North Indian parlance, and 9 acres of land he has allotted to us, and always inquiring about the way in which the satsang is conducted, whether devotees are happy, whether you are finding it comfortable here. So, Maharaj really is so eager to thank him, and we would like to have his family also here. So, this is Sri Radha Krishna Fauzdar. Give him a big hand, much louder than this. Hare Krishna. There is one more Brajvasi who actually introduced us to Shri Radhakrishnan Fauzdar, and he is Shri Bhavar Singh Ji. We would also like him to be brought on the stage so that he can be properly felicitated. So Bhavar Singh is the one who introduced us to Sri Radhakrishnan Fauzdar, and there are so many things which he has done, right from contacts for our devotees accommodation. In case you may not know, we have utilized more than 250 guest houses. And dealing with these guest houses is not an easy thing. So many people cheat. He was the one who has always protected us. So we are very happy that he has been felicitated here on the stage. धन्यवाद. महाराज क्या से बोलूं?
Hare Krishna. I was not expecting the details of what happened. But truly, Sanat Kumar Prabhu and Shamananda Prabhu and this team, how to find this land. In all of Braj Bhumi, how to find someone who can give us 9 acres of their land to use for, leveling it, everything, organizing it takes over a month. So, very great efforts. But most of all, everything is worthwhile if each and every one of you who have come has had a happy experience absorbing. Hearing and chanting and praying to be deeper and deeper in absorption, in remembering Krishna, in being grateful to Srila Prabhupada and all the Vaishnavas, and feeling deeper faith in the process of bhakti, and cultivating our enthusiasm to be servant of servant of servant. Thank you. Many of you, just being here at the Yatra, have undergone as much as the people organizing it, dealing with 10 or 12,000 people standing in lines. But everything is happy when we recognize and appreciate what we are receiving. It's Hare Hare. Borijan Prabhu, please come up here for a moment. Please bring Borijan Prabhu. Borijan Prabhu is truly a Brijavasi. He's one of the senior most beloved disciples of Srila Prabhupada. One of the deepest, most devotional scholars of our Vaishnava literature. You're sitting there. How should I sit up here?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nivasesha Sunyavadi Pachatide Stharane. Om Aginataminandasya Janajana Salakaya Chaksu Similitan Zena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Zena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sa Pandantikam Vansakalpatubhyaska Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. What do you think? Hare Krishna. Well, I would like to say, of course, thank you to Maharaj and all the devotees. Yes. And just something about Sri Vrindavan Dham. It's such a magical place. It's such a magical place, and it's alive. When one goes to places in the material world, practically one is dealing with dead energy. But here, the land is alive. The atmosphere is alive. And most wonderfully, it reciprocates with the devotees, especially when they have it in their mind to hear about and glorify Krishna and his dear associates. The land is alive. And from my even limited experience of Sri Vrindavan Dham, I see when Maharaj gives class, he somehow sits up so straight. No matter how long he can speak, he has such potency. So I'm just trying to, sitting near him, get some of his potency so I can also sit up straight. Krishna Balaram Mandir is so wonderful. And Giriraj Govardhan is so wonderful. And what I find most wonderful about Giriraj Govardhan, of course, is that he's in the mood of being a servant. And if anyone comes, even if their service isn't the purest, but Giriraj welcomes everyone. He welcomes everyone. And somehow or another, he has welcomed even myself to stay here for some time and to serve. And I think we, as Maharaj said, we are all very fortunate and very grateful to be allowed to be in the presence of Giriraj Govardhan, the dust of Vrindavan, and to be able to hear and chant about Krishna here. What I would like to just suggest is everyone, just for a moment or two, just close your eyes and think of being a teacher. I'm going to look around and seeing if anyone has their eyes open. Close your eyes. And close your eyes and think of the most wonderful place that you visited while you were here, or the most wonderful thing that you've heard, the thing that you touched you so much. Think of that place or those words and pray. Pray like anything. Your deepest, the best part of you's prayers. The best part of you that wishes to take something very, very deeply with you and take a few moments to just be very grateful and very prayerful and pray that you can take this experience with you and not leave it behind. Of course, the land here is so special, we can't be duplicated in a sense. But by the mercy of the dust of Vrindavan and by the mercy of the devotees, just pray that some spark of this, of your experience, will be yours forever and will grow like a seed in your heart. And take some time to offer prayers based on these deep experiences that you had. And also, just do that. And thank the devotees, as Maharaj did so graciously. And pray for others too. And express your hope, your deepest hopes. And your hopes to serve, and even you can offer whatever you like to Giriraj or to the holiest places dear to you, just within your mind. Some devotees offer Giriraj jeweled necklaces. Some devotees cook special food for Giriraj and offer it. And some make wonderful fragrant garlands and offer it. Here is an opportunity to offer and pray. And then also in your minds, chant the Hare Krishna mantra very loudly as you can, just in your minds, in the deepest part of your heart. Chant and pray. And Srila Prabhupada taught us in the very beginning a meaning of the Hare Krishna mantra that's simultaneously so simple, but yet so deep. Please, O Lord, O energy of the Lord, O Srimati Radharani, O Lord Krishna, O Shyamasundar, O Gopinath, please accept me. I've been struggling in the material world with this material mind for so long, and it is so difficult. Please accept me as your servant, and whatever Krishna has given me, whatever I have by your mercy that's worthy, whatever I have, whatever little ability I may have, whatever opulence I may have, may I please offer this to you, because you're the one who has given it to me, and it is meant for your pleasure. And chant as loudly as you can in your mind. Take shelter of your Guru Maharaj, of Srila Prabhupada, of the Guru Parampara, of your most dear deities, and beg, become a beggar for a few moments for some mercy, that you can help others also as servants of servants, because that's all we could ever be. We want in the material world to be masters, but we are servants. We are servants. We are servants. Pray to be accepted as a servant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, 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 Hare. Please chant louder in your minds. So that there is no other thought except the holy names of Krishna. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda. Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Hare Krishna.
Let us very loudly and enthusiastically offer gratitude to Burijan Prabhu. Whatever you think is best.
हरे कृष्णा। ओम सन्नो देव संवरुण सन्नो भवत्रियमा सन्नो इंद्रो बृहस्पति सन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमा। हमें कोई भी कार्य करने से पहले उस परम पिता परमेश्वर का अवश्य गुणानुवाद करना चाहिए, जिसकी कृपा से हम सभी की सांसें चल रही हैं। हरे कृष्णा। आप लोगों को देख करके हम लोगों को, ब्रजवासियों को, मैं आपको जो संदेश देना चाहता हूं वो पूरे गांव की तरफ से थोड़ा सा एक ग्रेसफुल संदेश देना चाहता हूं। हमारे गांव में ब्रजवासियों के बीच में आपका ये भव्य कार्यक्रम हुआ। पूरे ब्रजवासी इतने हर्षोल्लादित हैं कि इसकी कल्पना नहीं की जा सकती। हम लोग इस कार्यक्रम में आपके साथ 1 महीने से लगे रहे
We are there with all of you.
और ये
last 1 month,
कार्यक्रम इस तरह से सफल हुआ
and the success
जिसकी
of
हम जब शुरुआत कर रहे थे बारिश भी हो रही थी और भी थोड़ी थोड़ी अड़चनें आ रही थी, लेकिन गिरिराज जी की तरेटी में जब भी कोई कार्यक्रम होता है, आपका कार्यक्रम सबसे बड़ा कार्यक्रम हुआ है
and this is the biggest program we have.
जितनी मेरी एज है मैंने देखा है, लेकिन गिरिराज जी की
And by the mercy of
तरहेटी में जो भी कार्यक्रम होता है वो कार्यक्रम सफल ही होता है।
program you conduct here, it has become success.
थोड़ा सा व्यवधान ये चल रहा था कि बारिश चल रही थी, कभी बारिश आ रही थी कभी नहीं आ रही थी, तो हम ब्रजवासी ये बात को लेकर के आश्वस्त थे कि 5000 साल पहले
5,000
कृष्ण भगवान ने जब बारिश को ब्रजवासियों के लिए रोकवा दिया तो ब्रजवासियों के
for all the
कृष्ण भगवान के 10 से 12 हजार भक्त गिरिराज जी की तरहेटी में एकत्रित हो रहे हैं, तो आपके कार्यक्रम में एक भी बूंद नहीं आएगी। वो हम 5000 साल पहले की बात को लेकर के चल रहे थे। और मैं अपने गांव की तरफ से यही आशा करता हूं कि ऐसा ही सफल कार्यक्रम जल्द आपका यही गिरिराज जी की तरहेटी में 7 कोस की परिक्रमा में जल्दी से जल्दी आपका अगली साल उससे अगली साल कभी ना कभी जल्दी से शुरू हो, जिससे हमको आपकी सेवा करने का दोबारा से अवसर मिले।
get a opportunity to serve you all once again.
महाराज जी को देर हो रही होगी, इसीलिए मैं अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। अपने गांव की तरफ से आप लोगों को हाथ जोड़ करके साष्टांग प्रणाम करके बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
To all of you.
हरे कृष्णा, हरि बोल। ये भगवान श्री कृष्ण की गिरिराज जी की तरहेटी है। यहाँ पर दरबार में सच्चे सदगुरु के दुख दर्द मिटाए जाते हैं, दुनिया के सताए लोग यहाँ सीने से लगाए जाते हैं। और अभी प्रभु जी ने बताया कि हमने आपकी मदद की, जमीन दी, ये किया वो किया। हमने कुछ नहीं किया, हमको तो गिरिराज बाबा ने आपकी सेवा के लिए भेजा इधर। हमसे कहा कि हमारे भगत बहुत दूर से आ रहे हैं, इनको किसी प्रकार का कोई कष्ट नहीं होना चाहिए, जाइए इनकी सेवा करिए। जब हमारे भगत खुश रहेंगे तो हम भी खुश रहेंगे। हरे कृष्णा।
Let us see what happens next. The nature of pastimes in Vrindavan is that anything could happen at any moment. My very special gratitude to my honored God brothers and God sisters who have come for this yatra. Please forgive if I forget names, I'll just speak what I'm seeing. We have His Holiness Chandramauli Swami Maharaj. We have Bhaktivedanta Varaha Maharaj. My very senior God sisters who brought us into Srila Prabhupada's heart yesterday by their profound appreciations. Her Grace Malati Devi. She came with the first group of devotees with Srila Prabhupada to establish our movement in India. And please raise the volume for each person. Her Grace Mandakini Devi. Her Grace Jayashri Devi. Her Grace Surabhi Devi. Her Grace Vishwatika Devi. Her Grace Narataki Devi. Her Grace Kamagiri Devi. And we have His Grace Devada Prabhu. And I'm so grateful we have today His Grace Braj Bihari Prabhu. And from London, Pranabandhu Prabhu. And everyone else. Now let us give a tumultuous roar of appreciation for all the other devotees who are sitting among you. If you remember long ago, the day before yesterday, we were speaking some of the holy places around Sri Giriraj Govardhan. How many devotees performed the worship of Govardhan Parikrama today? Thank you. We can never calculate such a blessing. Because we have just a few minutes, with your permission, I'll just speak about some of the places around Govardhan Hill. It will be the fastest parikrama that you've ever done. We we've spoken, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were following in his footsteps. He began at the Mukharavinda and Manasiganga, Haridev, Dangati, Dananivartan Kund, and then to Shankarshan Kund and Govinda Kund, and Aniyor, Chandrasrovar, Paita. There's a beautiful place in that parikrama, the extended Gauri Kund. Sri Rupa Goswami tells beautiful story in Vidagdha Madhava. And then there was the Doka Dauji temple. And I'd like to speak a little about Nipakund. At the time of Shri Radha Gopinath's pastimes, Krishna Balaram, that area was a very beautiful forest with most lovely trees. And it was a favorite place for Krishna and cowherd boys to take prasad, especially after at Dangati, when they would tax gopis, and then somehow or other, through so many loving, creative methods, they would steal the pots of butter and yogurt, and often they would bring them to Nipakund, because those trees provided incredible, perfect leaves to eat from. Sometimes large leaves, sometimes leaves that can be made into the most perfect cups and vessels. And in this way, they would eat the butter and yogurt and ghee and all the things that the gopis were having. The cowherd boys enjoyed eating off these leaves more than even kings and queens enjoy eating from plates and bowls made of gold, silver, rubies, diamonds. And they claim no possession over them. They would take the dahi of gopis one time and discard the leaves. And the next day, when they came, they found another. They possessed no ownership, but yet the joy that they experienced eating from those leaves, full of simplicity, absolutely filled their hearts. Because when Krishna is in the center of our life, then we're actually in our natural spiritual position. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began his teachings to Sanatana Goswami, Jivera Swarupoy Krishnera Nityadas. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sadyaka Punoi Sravanadi Suditiche Koriye Yudoi. The perfection of our spiritual nature is to serve Krishna with love. When this principle of pleasing Krishna is really in the center of our life, then we are in a natural condition. Separate from that constitutional nature, our whole life is unnatural. It really doesn't make that much difference whether we're living in the middle of a city or if we're living in a cave in the forest. Our nature is to love Krishna. And forgetful of that, our whole life is unnatural. To the extent we actually appreciate and experience our own spiritual nature, then we could really appreciate God's created nature. When Srila Prabhupada saw a beautiful sunset, he said, if you think the sunset is beautiful, you should see the artist who created it. So a simple flower, a simple sunrise or sunset, a simple leaf. Actually, Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita, for one who sees me everywhere and everything in me, for that person I'm never lost and they're never lost to me. Krishna, Srila Prabhupada gave a profound name to our movement. Krishna consciousness. That's such an ultimate perfection of life. It's a moment-to-moment experience where we are conscious of Krishna. Conscious of Krishna in everyone's heart, because he is. As it is. Conscious of Krishna, every aspect of nature is his artistry, his creation. Conscious that Krishna is in my heart. Sarvasya jaham hridhi shanivashtir. He's the source of my remembrance, my knowledge, my forgetfulness. We can only be envious of other people when we forget Krishna. Because Krishna is the ability, the intelligence in everybody. We can only be arrogant when we forget that Krishna is in my heart, making everything possible through me. And sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja. To abandon all varieties of religion and surrender to Krishna means to recognize Krishna, to be conscious of Krishna in everything, everywhere, and everyone, and especially in my own life. Tatena kampam susamikshimano. Even difficult situations, if we're conscious of the opportunity Krishna is giving me to come to him, then we can be grateful. And real happiness can never touch the heart and soul by any amount of arrangements, by any amount of success or acquisition. Real happiness is when we're in our natural position. Krishna consciousness. We're conscious of Krishna's presence. And of course, Hiranyakashipu was conscious of Nrsingadev's presence. Putana was conscious of Krishna's presence, Agasura. But bhakti means we're not only conscious of Krishna's presence, but in that moment, how can I please you, my Lord? And we can please the Lord by following what Krishna is telling. So these cowherd boys eating off these leaves in the Nipukund at Govardhan Hill was far greater opulence than anything in the heavenly planets or even the Vaikuntha worlds. Because what are they eating? They're eating the butter, the ghee, the yogurt of the gopis, which represents their love. Because the gopis would carry those pots with the hope, with the prayer, with the longing, with the spiritual passion that Krishna will come to steal it. And when Krishna would tax, they would argue with him in so many ways and even chastise him, only because it's like when you put spice in a preparation, it tastes better. Gauranga Prabhu, who oversees so much of our kitchen during these yatras, yesterday I saw we were making a chance, what do you call it here, masala? And there was probably at least several hundred chili peppers. Of course, when it's going for 12,000 people, but still, these spices, even if they're hot, they're meant to make the preparation more relishable. So the gopis, they would spice their offerings to Krishna by refusing to give, by arguing. And Krishna would enjoy it even more. But the gopis prepared those preparations with love for Krishna. Krishna does not care just about butter or yogurt. Rasovai saha. He's only concerned with love. That is Vrindavan. And this love is so glorious that Krishna is willing to beg for it, to create so many pastimes, and even through Yoga Maya to make it even more relishable, so many impediments and challenges so that he could taste the love of his devotees. And Krishna not only would enjoy relishing that love in the form of the butter, but he would love to share it. That is Krishna's love for the devotees. He loves to taste the love and he loves to share it with others. So when Krishna and the gopis would be eating off these leaves, they're eating the gopis' love for Krishna. In one sense, when we read Srila Prabhupada's books, we are eating through our hearts and our minds Srila Prabhupada's love for Krishna. How relishable is that? The Gopas, they were fully aware, the Priyanarma Gopas, Subal, Sridhama, Madhumangala, Ujjvala, they would especially assist Krishna in the most intimate pastimes of meeting with the gopis. They were servants of the servants of Radha and gopis. And all those cowherd boys, they honored, appreciated, and worshipped a love that they considered greater than their own. This is the spirit of Vrindavan. If somebody's pleasing Krishna in a maximum way, then we want to be the servant of the servant of the servant of that person. We don't want to compete with that person, to try to replace. There's no arrogance. There's no envy. Everyone is doing what they could do the best to please Krishna. And everybody is fully, wholeheartedly appreciating each other because everyone's doing the best. Sri Radharani is the ultimate best. Even Krishna cannot understand the happiness she experiences in his love and the nature of her love. But yet, she is giving, and all gopis and all gopas, they are fully Krishna conscious in the sense every blade of grass, every leaf, every cow, buffalo, goat, monkey, they're appreciating everybody's love for Krishna. And that is a spiritual community. Srila Prabhupada was so appreciative of his leaders, sannyasis, GBCs, presidents. But he gave so much affection and appreciation for a mother carrying a baby. Everyone was doing what they could do in conscious of pleasing and serving Krishna. And when we have no envy or arrogance, and we're really trying our own best, then Krishna is pleased with us. And that's a very profound truth in Krishna consciousness. What is the value of anything in this material world? The value is to what extent it is carrying Krishna's love for us, and it is carrying our love for Krishna. It's like this microphone. It's made out of material steel, and there's wires. It's not wireless. It's wired. And there's sound systems and all these things. They're just material ingredients that so many material people use the same exact thing, trying to get some profit or fame. But this, it's spiritually priceless because it's a medium by which we could speak about Krishna, so many people could hear about Krishna, and we can be inspired to chant the holy names of God. The true value of anything of this material world is how it can be a medium for exchanging devotional service or love with Krishna. It's not the object, but it's the love that it carries. And Srila Prabhupada quoted from Rupa Goswami the idea of yukta vairagya. A very higher spiritual principle than just renouncing things is utilizing them to carry our love and service for Krishna and for receiving. On the altar, we make so many offerings. Sometimes we go to shops and buy the same shops other people. Some people buy silk saris for their girlfriend. Devotees buy silk saris for Radharani and Giridhari. Jewels. The ground, Mother Earth. Some people are growing crops just to make some money for themselves. Others are growing crops, offering it to Krishna, and even if they're selling it, they're using the money that they make in the service of Krishna to uplift other people in Krishna consciousness. In Nipukund, we learn this principle of simple living and high thinking. What is at the heart of this idea of simple living, high thinking? It doesn't just mean we live in poverty. Simple living, high thinking means we live with this simple principle. Whether we're Hanuman carrying mountains or the little squirrel offering grains of sand, whoever we are, whatever we have, we see that this valuable human life is an opportunity where everything in this world is a facility to be a medium to carry our love to Krishna and Krishna's love to us. I think I slowed down in the parikrama. I'm sorry, that's what I do. We come to Apsara Kund. And devotees could speak for hours and days and weeks and years in each of these holy places, because there literally is infinite pastimes that are taking place eternally in all the places of Vrindavan. But when, after Giridhari lifted Govardhan Hill for 7 days, 7 nights, and Indra surrendered, and he was inviting demigods from the heavens to do the Abhishekam for Krishna at Govinda Kund. The Apsaras brought heavenly waters to store there, and they danced for Krishna's pleasure there. Also, when Krishna and Balaram and cowherd boys would herd their cows around Govardhan Hill, it was one of their favorite places. It was there at Apsara Kund that Krishna reveals his various incarnations to the cowherd boys. And the cowherd boys, they take the role of playing with Krishna in that form. Krishna would manifest the form of Varahadev. It's not that they were just playing the pastimes. Krishna would manifest the form because he is Varahadev, the original Varahadev. Matsya, Kurma, Narasimhadev, Vamanadev, Parasuram. Krishna would manifest those original forms of these incarnations, and in that form, he would play with the cowherd boys, and they would take the role to play with him. This is extraordinary. At Apsara Kund, example, Lord Narasimhadev is actually performing Vrindavan pastimes. Did you ever think of Narasimhadev, Vamanadev playing with cowherd boys? It wasn't just acting. It was that original incarnation who is Krishna's Tu Bhagavan Swayam. He manifests these forms, and in a most extraordinary way, by the power of the love of the cowherd boys, those forms just play with them, according to the Leela. And Krishna became Ramchandra. Balaram became Lakshman. All the boys, in order to play this pastime, they all became monkey soldiers. And they took rocks from Govardhan Hill, and they made the rocks float across Apsara Kund. And they performed the wonderful Leela of crossing the Indian Ocean to reach Sita. It's not different than the original pastime because it's the same person, but it's with the sweetness, the playfulness, and the love of Vrindavan. 24 of the principal incarnations, avatars of the Lord, eternally reside on a bank of Apsara Kund. Apsara is also a name of Srimati Radharani. And when she and gopis were performing the Basant Rasa Leela, the springtime dancing, the love of their dancing with Krishna, singing for Krishna, pleasing Krishna, caused their hearts to melt. Now the gopis have pure spiritual bodies. There's not a difference between their soul and their body. Their bodies are such an ananda, eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. When the gopis' hearts melted, their bodies melted too in this wonderful Leela. And Sri Radha and all gopis, their bodies literally melted in ecstasy of loving Krishna. And their bodies in liquid form filled Apsara Kund. Krishna, seeing the bodies, the hearts, the whole of the gopis melting in ecstasy in liquid form, he melted. Krishna's body melted into liquid form and formed Navalakund. And beside each other are Apsara Kund and Navalakund. And the story that we're telling, it's not just a beautiful poetic symbol. It's an eternal truth that the greatest acharyas of all the sampradayas, the greatest scholars and pundits and authorities and truth and dharma, they come to worship these places. The ultimate purpose of our human bodies as devotees is that these bodies, these minds, these hearts, they are all expressing our love for Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada explains, when our bodies, even the same ones we have now that are getting old and sometimes getting sick, when they are expressing love for Krishna, they are infused with spiritual truth, spiritual reality. Just close to Apsarakund and Navalakund is a wonderful temple of Lord Narasimhadev, worshipped by Brijavasis and pilgrims who do the parikrama. A little further is the temple of Punchari Kalota Baba. Punchari is a forest which is at the end of Govardhan. In peacock form, it is declared to be the tail of the peacock form of Shri Giriraj Govardhan. In that village of Punchari, there was a cowherd boy, dear intimate friend of Krishna and Balaram. His name was Lota Baba. And one day, he cooked with such love and devotion for the pleasure of Krishna and Balaram. And he was waiting at his home, waiting for Krishna and Balaram. Actually, he was waiting in the forest where he had the bhoga. He waited, and he waited, and he waited. And finally, the royal chariot of Akrura, he sees Krishna and Balaram on it. And they're going somewhere. They were going to Mathura. Punchari Kalota Baba was so eager to serve Krishna and Balaram wonderful food that he cooked. He started to cry. Where are they going? He ran and caught up with them. And he cried out, Krishna, Balaram, I invited you. You accepted my invitation. I've cooked. It's all here. Please come and have prasad. And Krishna said, we must now go to Mathura. But we will come back the day after tomorrow. And then they left. And we know story. They crossed Yamuna. They went to Mathura, Kamsa, and so many other leelas. Then Dwarka. Punchari Kalota Baba sat there waiting. He told Krishna and Balaram, he said, I have prepared this prasad for you, and I will sit here, and I will not eat anything or drink anything until you come back to eat. He's still sitting there. This is a favorite place for Brijavasis. If you go to Punchari Kalota Baba, how many went there today? He doesn't look thin. He looks quite well nourished. And the Brijavasis, their understanding is because he's totally absorbed in remembering Krishna and Balaram in a spirit of service. He's being nourished by that Krishna consciousness. Krishna promised. It is described that Sri Radha Gopis, Subala, Sridama Gopas, they could not live with Krishna leaving Vrindavan. The only thing that kept them alive was the promise that Krishna would return. They had such faith. Punchari Lota Baba, he had such faith in Krishna's words, I will return, that he sat without eating or drinking, absorbed in waiting for Krishna. And he's still there. Srila Rupa Goswami describes two aspects, essential aspects of Sharanagati or surrender. One is enthusiasm. That whatever may happen, whatever may come into our life, we're enthusiastic to please Krishna. Devotees, sometimes in our conditioned state, we need to be very determined, even to perform austerities to remain enthusiastic. In the pure state of love of God, everything is our enthusiasm is forever spontaneous. But when we don't have that, that means we're still in this Vaidhi Bhakti stage where we must act enthusiastic. Srila Prabhupada said this on one occasion. What if I don't feel enthusiasm? And Srila Prabhupada's reply was, if you don't feel enthusiastic, you act enthusiastic. And Krishna will be pleased by your intention. But at the same time, a servant does not demand. A servant gratefully serves. Whether Krishna reveals himself, cleanses our heart completely, awakens ecstatic love in our heart, whether it's today or tomorrow or our next life or in a million lives, we will remain enthusiastic and we're patient. Manmanabhava madbhakto madhyashim nam namaskuru mami vaishashi shatyam te pratijani driyoshime. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer homage unto me, which means be Krishna conscious. And Krishna said, and you will come to me. I promise you this, because you are my dear friend. So we need the association of devotees. We need to hear about Krishna regularly. We need to chant the holy names and perform our sadhana sincerely to preserve and to cultivate this faith in Krishna's promise. And then it is for sure. Vanchari Kalota Baba is a very great preacher. Never give up your enthusiasm. Never give up your determination. That is bhakti. We go down the road a little further, and there is the Mani Kandali cave. Please say Hari Bol and raise your hands if you have been to the Mani Kandali cave. In Krishna's eternal pastimes here in Vrindavan, that is where one of Srimati Radharani's 8 sakis, Champaklata, performs her loving service. In beautiful forests of champak, she makes garlands and flowers and so many beautiful arrangements for Radha and Krishna's pastimes. And in the Gauragana-dashtapika, it is described that Champaklata Saki's form in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime was Raghava Pandit. He was born in a Brahmin family in South India. And when he was touched by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he came to Vrindavan. And by the will of Lord Chaitanya, he lived in a cave inside Govardhan Hill. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very careful. He would never allow any of his devotees to touch their feet on Govardhan Hill. Govardhan Hill is supremely sacred. Krishna is not pleased if we just pick up Shilas from Govardhan Hill. Lord Chaitanya gifted his Govardhan Shila to Raghunath Das Goswami. This is the spirit Mahaprabhu has given us. But Raghava Pandit, he was living inside Govardhan Hill, in a cave, within the body of Giriraj. He was such a great devotee. He was intimate friends with Raghunath Das Goswami. Oftentimes he would be at Radha Kund with Raghunath Das Goswami. Oftentimes both of them would meet the other Goswamis, Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami. They would come to visit his cave. And so much of what the world knows about the whole Braj Mandala Parikrama was from Raghava Pandit. In the Bhakti Ratnakar, Narottam Das Thakur, Srinivasacharya, Shyamananda Goswami, when they were studying under Jiva Goswami, he sent them to Raghava Pandit to perform the Braj Mandala Parikrama. Because Raghava Pandit, so much of Vrindavan was revealed to him. And we actually read in the Bhakti Ratnakar where he's taking them to the 12 forests and telling them so many stories. He took them on the parikrama of Sri Giriraj Govardhan and told so many stories. And the basis of most of the stories we know is what Raghava Pandit spoke to Narottam Das Thakur, Srinivasacharya, and Shyamananda Goswami. And imagine, those great acharyas, they accepted Raghava Pandit like their Dham guru, the person revealing Vrindavan to them in the holy places and forests. And even today, you can enter into the cave where Raghava Pandit is performing his eternal pastimes. And then we come to Airavata Kund, where Krishna's elephant carrier brought the waters of Akash Ganga for the Abhishek of Krishna. And Indra Kund, where Indra put his head at the feet of Gopal in complete surrender, begging for forgiveness, begging for Krishna to accept him as his servant. And Indra's tears. And we read, he had a lot of eyes. His eyes were all crying in humility, surrendering to Krishna. The Charanamrit of Indra's tears bathing Krishna's lotus feet filled the Indra Kund. We come to Surabhi Kund. We've discussed on Govardhan Puja some of that story. Indra, the king of heaven, such a powerful demigod, the leader of a whole sector of demigods, of the heavenly worlds, the administrators of the various facilities and departments of the universe. When he offended Krishna and the Brajavasis and the cows, there was nothing he could do to approach Krishna. Neither his guru Brihaspati or Brahma, the guru of all gurus, They said, go to Surabhi, the mother cow. And even though Indra tried to destroy all her children, she's the mother of the Surabhi cows. When she saw he was repentant and genuinely wanted to reform, she forgave him. She brought him to Krishna. Krishna wouldn't even look at him. To Gopal, Indra was utterly insignificant. But Surabhi begged, she pleaded on behalf of Indra. He's come to surrender. He has a genuine, honest heart. And then Krishna accepted him. Surabhi Kund represents this spirit of compassion. Whatever we may have done in the past, Srila Prabhupada, our gurus, the acharyas, they are willing to appeal to Krishna on our behalf. Please accept them. That is our only hope. The basis of Christianity is whatever we've done in the past, Lord Jesus, He will appeal to God to accept us. We have no power to approach God because of our contaminations. I'm sorry if I'm not walking so fast at this moment. There's comparisons we could make with Indra and Kaliya. Now, Kaliya was a terrible demon snake. And Indra is a worshipped demigod, who even Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda would worship every year. But similar, Kaliya poisoned the lake, and all the boys and cows that drank the water, they all died. Krishna brought them back to life. Kali was attacking Krishna, attacking the residents of Vrindavan. Indra was attacking Krishna. Indra was attacking the residents of Vrindavan. And both Kaliya and Indra were totally defeated by Gopal. Extraordinary ways, beautiful ways. They were so powerful. You can't even imagine Kaliya. 1,000 heads, massive snake, fire pouring from his mouth, the most evil, cruel eyes. If a bird flew way up in the sky anywhere over this lake where he lived, the fumes, they would immediately fall dead. And yet, in the midst of Kaliya trying to kill Krishna, Krishna's blissfully dancing on his hoods. Most beautiful sight. All the Brajavasis, when they saw Krishna was in the coils of Kaliya, they were dying in pain to see Krishna in that condition. But when he danced on the hoods, it was the most beautiful scene. According to Sanatana Goswami, at a certain time, Yoga Maya kind of made everybody sleeping, and Krishna, he extended his hand to gopis, and Krishna had Rasa Leela with Radha and gopis on the hoods of Kaliya. And meanwhile, Kaliya as fast as he can with all of his power. He's trying to kill Krishna. And they're dancing. Similar to Indra, with all of his force, with his thunderbolts, with his clouds of destruction, he's trying to destroy Krishna and the residents of Vrindavan. And Krishna's blissfully holding Giriraj, Giridhari, in this beautiful threefold bending form. Sometimes playing his flute, 7 days, 7 nights of happiness and love. Kaliya was completely depleted by Krishna's dancing. Krishna's lotus feet are so soft to the gopas and to the gopis. But to Kaliya, those same feet were like thunderbolts. He vomited all his poison. He started vomiting blood. And then he was on the verge of death. All his ego, all his arrogance was completely destroyed. But still, Krishna kept dancing on him. How was he delivered? The Nagapatnis, the mothers of the little babies and children. They were great devotees. They prayed to Krishna. Please forgive him. He's a snake, so he's naturally envious. But now look, he's bowing his heads. He wants to surrender. Please forgive him. Please accept him. And only because the devotees, the motherly devotees, the Dagapatnis, interceded and prayed, Krishna gave Kaliya eternal loving service in the spiritual world. Indra tried to destroy, was totally defeated, totally depleted, completely ashamed. When he went back to his heavenly planets, it looked like hell. Because when you're really suffering inside, nothing you could do outside could actually be nice. But it was the motherly Surabhi. She interceded, and Krishna accepted Indra. Madbhakta pujapyadika. Krishna tells, worship of my devotee is better than worship of me, not only because Krishna loves his devotee so much, but because that's what's best for us. When we worship devotee, we gain access to Krishna's mercy by their mercy. Durvasa Muni. Durvasa Muni tried to kill Ambarish Maharaj with a horrible mystical yogic weapon of a fiery demon. But when the Sudarshan Chakra chased after him, it's very similar to Indra. He went to Brahma. Brahma said that nothing I can do. He went to Shiva. He went so many places. Finally, he went to Vishnu in Vaikuntha. And Vishnu said, nothing I could do. My mercy only comes when you please my devotee. I am always in Ambarish's heart. If you attack him, you attack me. And he is always in my heart. I am always remembering my devotee, and my devotee is always remembering me. It's when Durvasa Muni fell at the feet of Ambarish Maharaj, and Ambarish Maharaj didn't want anything except to feed him. Ambarish Maharaj prayed to Vishnu and Sudarshan Chakra, please forgive him. And he was forgiven, and he was transformed. And one of the most glorious stories that brings so much hope and happiness. Dinahina yata chilo harinama udharilo tarasakshi jagai madhai. Jagai and Madhai, they were ruthless. They were always intoxicated. They would burn houses down. They would rob people. They would beat people. They would kill people. They would kill cows and eat them. They were so fearful. Chaitanya Bhagavat describes Chitragupta, secretary of Yamaraj, couldn't even keep track of all their sins, all their wicked deeds. And they even attacked Nityananda Prabhu, who was trying to do good for them. And when they hit Lord Nityananda Prabhu on the head and he was bleeding, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who taught Trinadapi Sunichena Turor Iba Sehishnuna, be humble like a blade of grass, tolerant like a tree, for ourselves. But when they attacked a pure devotee, the Lord does not. Vishnu sent his Sudarshan Chakra to Durvas. He may be a great saint, but he offended a great Vaishnava. Doesn't matter who we are, we have to be very careful not to create offenses. And one of the powerful effects of Kali Yuga is we take it for granted. We think according to time, place, circumstance, we justify making aparads, offenses to others. We may need to correct. We may need to protect. We may even sometimes need to punish. But it should never be for any other purpose than to uplift and protect others, and to uplift and protect the persons. Nityananda Prabhu saw Lord Chaitanya with his Sudarshan Chakra ready to kill them, and he begged, look at them. They're begging forgiveness. They want to be your devotees. If you're going to kill them, you might as well kill everybody, because more or less in Kali Yuga, everyone's so fallen. Kaler dosanide rajan astiheka mahan guna kirtanadiva krishnasya mukta sangha parambraje. We have descended in this Kali Yuga, parama karuna pahunduijana, not with Sudarshan chakras, but with the most powerful of all weapons, our holy names. Sri Radharani and Sri Krishna have descended from the spiritual world in this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. The Lord is manifesting with all power, sweetness, love, and mercy in all of his holy names. Nityananda Prabhu talked Jagai and Madhai, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because a great devotee of the Lord interceded on their behalf and begged Lord Chaitanya to forgive and bestow mercy, Lord Chaitanya gave them the holy name of Krishna. And they became two of the greatest saints in the history of this world. We still worship Jagai and Madhai. Interesting. Lord Nityananda Prabhu, he established the Namahata, the marketplace of the holy names. And actually, one of Srila Prabhupada's senior, most beloved, empowered disciples, His Holiness Chowpatty Swami Maharaj, he really gave his life to expand this Namahata, the marketplace of the holy names. Let us bow our head in gratitude, and let us all take a moment of silence to pray for the good health of His Holiness Chowpatty Swami Maharaj. And let us express our gratitude by loudly chanting the holy names. And here in Vrindavan, in this whole area, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, how he attracted on behalf of Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, in Srila Prabhupada's mood of devotion and compassion, he attracted tens and thousands of people and developed so many wonderful projects. With tears of separation from Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami, let us offer our gratitude to him and chant the holy names. Interesting. Nityananda Prabhu, in the headquarters of his Namahata, where he was going in without discrimination of who is fit and who is not fit, the place where he was spreading the holy names to everyone, his headquarters, he named Surabhi Kunja. And Bhakti Vinod Thakur, who is the person on behalf of Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, the six Goswamis, and all of our acharyas, first set in motion, bringing the holy name and the Sankirtan movement and pure bhakti to the whole world. His home in Govardhan is just at Surabhi Kunja. We walk a little further, and now we're coming really close to where we're sitting at this moment. And there is Rudra Kund. Did all of you see Rudra Kund today? If you saw Rudra Kund, please say Hari Bol and raise both arms. Hari Bol. Well, if you did, we can experience again. And if you didn't, you could see through your ears. Because this is what bhakti is. We don't see with our eyes, we see with our ears. Through our ears, we receive the truth, we receive knowledge, we receive mercy and grace by hearing, and then we see according to what we have learned. For some people, they see a deity of Radha Gopinath, and they just see a nicely carved marble statue. Why are we bowing down? Why are we praying? Why are we building temples around them? Why are we dedicating 6 offerings, 6 artis every day, offering the best we possibly have, coming together as whole communities to chant and dance for them? Why? What's the difference? We're seeing through our ears. By hearing from Srila Prabhupada and our acharyas and the great souls in devotion, we have faith that Krishna is here. Srimati Radharani is here. not just representations. They are living right in our presence in these forms out of their causeless mercy to accept our devotion. And in our temples, there's a prana pratishtha, which is the same principle we have, that on behalf of the great acharyas, they are inviting Radha and Krishna into these forms to bestow their mercy upon us and accept our devotional service. So we will now see Rudrakund. Mahadev, Lord Shiva. He lives in a beautiful, beautiful paradise on Mount Kailash, high, high in Himalayas. But when Radha and Krishna were performing their beautiful leelas, and Krishna, Balaram, and cowherd boys, Radha Krishna gopis, here at Govardhan, Lord Shiva came down from Mount Kailash because he wanted to participate in the pastimes of Radha Govinda. And when he came down and he saw Giriraj, the mountain of Govardhan, it charmed his heart so absolutely, intimately, and completely that his abode of Kailash was insignificant in comparison to the beauty and glory of Giriraj. Witnessing the pastimes of Vrindavan, he wanted to share it with the whole world. Vaishnavamita Shambhu. We know the story how Lord Shiva, he's considered the greatest Vaishnava because of the level of his compassion. He was willing to drink an ever-expanding ocean of the most deadly poison out of compassion for all of us. Lord Shiva, out of compassion for all of us, all the fallen, lost souls of the Kali Yuga, with a yearning for them to understand the glories of Vrindavan and Krishna's mercy, he cried. He cried in compassion for us. And those tears filled Rudrakund. Out of compassion for all of us, he facilitated the holy river Ganges from the heavenly worlds to come into these matted locks. Otherwise, Ganga Mai couldn't come to this world. She was too powerful. He took the brunt of all that power. And he released her to be a most beautiful, loving river to purify all of our hearts. And just as Lord Shiva, out of mercy and compassion, is releasing Ganga, similarly, out of his mercy and compassion, he's crying tears from his eyes. And knowing this, the gopis, when they would perform their leelas of Krishna at Govardhan, when they were feeling separation from Krishna, deep, profound, unbearable separation from Krishna, they would sometimes go to Rudrakund and cry. And many times the Brajavasis in separation from Krishna would cry. Rudrakund is the confluence, the merging of Shiva's tears, Gopi's tears, and Brajavasi's tears. And Shri Radha Gopinath would sometimes perform their beautiful dance of love on the banks of Rudrakund. We come to Jatipuram. I believe we're between Rudrakund and Jatipuram. So I could end the class here because this is where we are. Or I could, we could walk really fast together. Because we're only not even halfway through the Govardhan Parikrama. But Jatipuram, this was the village that was the residence of Srila Madhavendra Puri. And on top of the mountain here is the Gopal temple, where Madhavendra Puri built the beautiful temple for Gopal, Srinathji. And it was here in Madhavendra Puri that Jatipuram, that Madhavendra Puri had his Goshala. Because all the Brijavasis from all the villages, from all the places all around, hundreds and hundreds of villages every day after another, they were having anakutas. And practically every family, in gratitude to Srila Madhavendra Puri, would donate a cow. So he took care of all these cows on behalf of Gopal here in Jatipuram. This is one of the holiest of all holy places for the Pushti Marg, for those who are the followers and descendants of Shripad Vallabhacharya, who is actually a very dear, intimate, loving associate of Lord Chaitanya. One of his 84 baitaks, or sitting places, was here in Jatipur. And also Vittalnath, his beloved son, resided here. And in the Bhakti Ratnakara, it describes the sweet, pure, respect and loving relationship of the Goswamis of Gaudiya Sampradaya and Vittalnath and the followers of Vallabhacharya. They were like loving brothers at that time. And there is a Dandavat Shila here in Jatipuram. It is said if you do parikrama around that Shila with faith, whatever offenses you may have unknowingly committed during your Govardhan parikrama are removed. And for Shripad Vallabhacharya's followers, their Mukharavinda is here in Jatipuram. Have all of you saw that incredible Giriraj Shila where throughout the day they're bathing? Brijavasis, pilgrims, devotees from all over India, from all over the world, they come and they offer milk and yogurt and ghee and condensed milk and flowers and sweets and artis and prayers and songs. I remember the first time I came here in 1971, I was amazed because they were bathing Giriraj with milk at Mukharavinda. And the milk was gliding down. And much of it entered into the gutter systems on the side of the road. Gutter systems is usually where sewage is. But I saw Brijavasis and pilgrims with pots and dipping it in the gutter system to get the Charanamrit and blissfully drinking it and bringing it home to their families. Such faith. In Pushti Marg, this Mukharavinda is the mouth of Govardhan. Many of us, we accept Gaudiya at Manasiganga. But seeing the love and the devotion, Giriraj is inconceivable and unlimited, and he could reveal his mouth anywhere he wants to please his devotees. But that's my feelings. We continue on, and there's Sakistali, the village of Chandravali. Chandravali is the cousin sister of Srimati Radharani. Vrishabhanu Maharaj's brother was Chandrabhanu, and she was his daughter. And who is Chandravali? She's a direct expansion of Srimati Radharani, who comes in this form as her own main competitor, only to give deeper, sweeter, more intimate pleasure to Krishna. And then we approach Uddhava Kund. There are books, volumes of books describing the glory of Uddhava. His father was Devabhaga, who was the brother of Vasudeva, the father of Krishna in Mathura. Uddhava and Krishna were cousin brothers. And from their tiniest childhoods, Uddhava just loved Krishna. Krishna was a little older. Uddhava's mother would have to go out and search and find him just to feed him, because he was so engrossed in wanting to be with Krishna and serve Krishna. And when Krishna came to Mathura and later Dwarka, sometimes from morning till night, they would just be together. They would speak together. They would share their hearts. They would discuss the situations of all the people of Mathura, Dwarka. They would eat together. They would lay down together. They would reveal their most intimate thoughts together. And Krishna, out of his great love and mercy to Uddhava, who was his closest companion in Mathura, he sent him to Vrindavan to learn the love of the Brajavasis. Nanda Maharaj, Yashoda Mai, he witnessed their love and separation. He witnessed the love and separation of the cowherd boys. And ultimately, in Uddhava, Kyari, and Nandagram, he witnessed the love of the gopis. And Srimati Radharani revealed to him the innermost secrets of her own love for Krishna when she spoke to a bumblebee. Uddhava realized his devotion was insignificant compared to the Brajavasis. He came to Uddhava Kund, and that's where he prayed that he could be a little shrub of grass, because he was a royal prince of the Yadu dynasty. He couldn't take dust from the feet of the gopis, because when you take dust from the feet of someone, you're honoring them. You're not disturbing them. He didn't want to disturb them. Let me be a blade of grass so they will step upon me. And then I will receive their mercy. The humblest possible aspiration to be a little blade of grass, just waiting, hope against hope, that gopis will step on my head. I'd rather be that than the Krishna's best friends and a royal prince in Mathura. This is Uddhava Kund. And before Krishna, and after Krishna left this world, Vajranabh, the great grandson of Krishna, he brought the queens of Dwarka to Govardhan Hill. He desired that the queens of Dwarka would experience the love of Vrindavan. So they came here to the place where Uddhava, who was also from Dwarka, where he prayed and where he did his bhajan. He brought the queens of Dwarka to Uddhava's place here at Govardhan. And there they performed kirtan. And Parikshit Maharaj heard about this. From Hastinapur, he came down to join this kirtan. It was Prem Sankirtan. In the mood, Vajranabha, knowing the hearts of the queens and their separation, wanting to pacify them, brought them to Govardhan, and they were feeling the experience of deeper, deeper love and separation influenced by the land of Braja, the hill of Govardhan. They were crying out the holy names. Forgive me for saying, they did not sound so sleepy as you. We are doing the same thing at Govardhan, crying out the holy names. And as they were chanting in this Prem Sankirtan, they were chanting with great love, all the queens together, and so many Brajavasis joined, and Vajranabh was there, and Parikshit Maharaj, and they were chanting, and suddenly, one by one, the associates of Krishna from Vrindavan, who were in their aprakata lila, they became prakata. They manifested. One of Krishna's associates, one of Srimati Radharani's associates just appeared. And each time every one of them appeared, everyone would roar even louder to celebrate in their kirtan. The tears of love, the enthusiasm, the volume of the kirtan was expanding greater, greater, greater. And suddenly, at Uddhava Kund, from a blade of grass, Uddhava appeared. He just emerged from the ground. And he was dancing in ecstasy, hearing all the devotees chanting the holy names. The love permeating and being shared by all of the present devotees was increasing deeper and deeper and deeper, and the kirtan was becoming more ecstatically full of gratitude and love. And suddenly, Shri Radha Gopinath appeared. And everyone roared out the holy name. All the queens of Dwarka, Parikshit Maharaj, and everyone else who was assembled, now they could see with their own eyes in a manifested prakata form the pastimes of Vrindavan. Suddenly, everyone disappeared. All Krishna and his eternal associates. And now they were immersed in an ocean of separation. To pacify them, on the banks of Uddhava Kund, Uddhava spoke the glories of the pastimes of Brajalila, Vrindavan. He spoke for 1 month the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Srimad Bhagavatam that Vedavyas wrote, that Srila Prabhupada translated for the whole world. It was spoken by Sukadev Goswami. Sukadev Goswami was the loving pet parrot of Srimati Radharani, speaking the glories of the highest love. And now Uddhava is speaking Srimad Bhagavatam. Parikshit spoke, Sukadev Goswami had 7 days. Uddhava had 1 month. Sukadev was a little parrot of Sri Radha. Uddhava was a blade of grass that was under the feet of Radha. Such humble roles. But by Sri Radharani's mercy, they are in the most exalted position. And in their most exalted position, Uddhava is still here at Uddhava Kund, Uddhava Baitak, in the form of this blade of grass. As he spoke Srimad Bhagavatam, whatever Krishna taught him, whatever the Gopas and the Gopis and Sri Radha revealed to him and gifted him, he was now sharing with Krishna's queens. And according to the Skanda Purana, at the completion of this 1 month Srimad Bhagavatam recital, Vajranam and all the queens completed their pastimes and returned to the spiritual world. And Uddhava resumed his wonderful form as a shrub of grass at the Uddhava Baitak. May I continue? Raghunath Das Goswami was living on banks of Radha Kund. In those days, there was no buildings or houses or structures like this. There was just some simple bhajan kutirs for Raghunath Das Goswami, Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, and Rupa Goswami, Jiva Goswami. They all at different times had bhajan kutirs at Sri Radha Kund. But right from where the bhajan kutir and now the samadhi of Raghunath Das Goswami, he could see this beautiful forest and this wonderful kund. And he wrote a book about the pastime that was inspired there. The name of the book is the Mukta Charita. And the place is Malyahari Kund. With your permission, I'll give very, very insignificant, tiny little summary. It begins in Dwarka, where Satyabhama is asking Krishna, please describe to me this pastime that I have heard where you had a garden of pearls in Vrindavan. Krishna began the narration. It was Diwali. On the day of Diwali, Krishna's parrot came and whispered in Krishna's ear that Srimati Radharani and her very confidential gopis were gathered together at the Malyahari Kund. So Krishna, Subal, Sridama, and all these loving gopas, cowherd boys, came to Malyahari Kund. And they found Srimati Radharani and her Sakis. They were making garlands of precious pearls. Such beautiful pearls being strung together. Krishna requested, please give me some of your very best pearls because I want to decorate my cows. Here is Harini and Havini. Let me have a pearl necklace for them. The gopis said, we will not give you even a single pearl. Krishna pleaded. He pleaded with them. Finally, Lalita Saki opened a box, and there was just one tiny little broken piece of a pearl. And she said, this is all I will give you. Krishna was very disappointed. He went back home to Nandagaon. And there he approached his mother, Yashoda, and said, I want to make a garden of pearls. Please give me some of your pearls so that I can grow them. Yashoda Mai said, pearls don't grow on bushes or trees. Pearls are found in the ocean. You can't plant pearls. And Krishna said, but I've seen my father. He puts seeds in the ground and they grow. And pearls are like seeds. I'm sure, with all certainty, Mother, that pearls will grow. Yashoda Mai, just to please Krishna, she gave him pearls. And Krishna was really, really excited. He went near the Yamuna and he created a garden. He would dig little holes. And in each hole, he would carefully drop a single pearl. And then with his own supremely loving hands, he would bury that little pearl by covering it with the soil of Vrindavan. And after so many little holes and planting so many little pearls in the holes, in this little area, which he considered a garden, he sent Madhu Mangal, go to the gopis and ask for milk to water the pearls. Madhu Mangal went to gopis. The gopis simply left. And that was all he could take back with him. So Govinda Dev Krishna, he approached his mother, Yashoda, and said, please give me lots of milk to water my pearl garden. So Yashoda Mai supplied all the milk that he wanted, and he was profusely watering every day his garden. And one day, little tiny green shoots came out of the ground. And he was so excited. He sent message to gopis, see, I'm growing pearls. They're going to be better than yours. And the gopis came to see it. And they just saw little tiny shoots coming out of the ground. And they laughed. They said, these are not pearls. These are thorn bushes. But Krishna was determined. And he watered and he milked. He milked the garden again and again. And after some days, those shoots grew into beautiful creepers. And Krishna came to see. And right before his eyes, those creepers, within minutes, started blooming pearls. Thousands and thousands of pearls were blossoming on every twig and every branch of every creeper. But they weren't ordinary pearls. They were multicolored. They were beautiful, beautiful, radiant, divine colors that were emanating from these pearls. And each pearl had an ambrosial, nectarine fragrance. The whole Braj Bhumi was being permeated by this intoxicating, spiritually intoxicating fragrance emanating from the pearls. Krishna called gopis to see this garden. Krishna laughed. He said, my pearls are better than yours. So the gopis met together and decided, we must now have a garden to grow better pearls than Krishna. So all the pearl necklaces that they made, they planted them in the ground. And then they went to their homes. Each of the Sakis went to their homes and they borrowed every pearl of every member of their families and dug holes in the ground and planted them. And every day they were watering them profusely with milk and yogurt and ghee. And day after day after day, they were so very, very, very excited. And a few days later, little shoots came out of the ground. And then they were really excited. And they sent message to Krishna, our pearl garden is going to be far greater than yours. And a couple days later, all those little shoots manifested as the most ugly thorn bushes. When Krishna and the Gopas saw those thorn bushes, they became ecstatic. Right in front of the gopis, they were laughing and they were dancing. And the gopis were absolutely bewildered, very disappointed. What are they going to do? They took all the pearls that were from all their families, they put them in the ground, and now all there is thorn bushes. How are they going to explain it to their parents and their aunties and their uncles and all their family members? It was really a dilemma. They couldn't go home like that. They asked Krishna, please give us some pearls to give back to our families. Krishna said, I will not give you a single pearl. But then just to increase this loving reciprocation, Krishna and his friends, they made pearl necklaces for every cow, for every buffalo, for every goat, for every sheep, and especially for every monkey. But he would not give a single pearl to a gopi. The gopis were saying this. It was a great dilemma. What are they going to tell their families at home? So the gopis sent Chandramukhi and Kanchanalata, two of their messengers, to trade their jewels for some pearls with Krishna. Krishna said, even the Kaustuba Mani of Lord Vishnu is insignificant to one of my pearls. There's nothing that you have that's possibly of value to trade for my pearls. The gopis were very much ashamed. One by one, each gopi came to try to give everything they had for a pearl, so they wouldn't displease their families at home. And there were so many wonderful discussions of bargaining, but Krishna would not give anything. And they were in a kunja, a little garden, and behind the bushes, where Krishna could not see, Srimati Radharani was sitting, and she could hear all the loving arguments between Krishna and gopis. And Krishna would not give. Finally, Vishaka Saki, she was very strong, offering so much jewelry, so much wealth, so much everything. Just give us pearls. We're in a very difficult situation. We borrowed all these pearls from our families. Krishna said, I will give you one single pearl only on the condition that Srimati Radharani will pay any tax I ask of her. And Vishaka Devi started arguing with Krishna. It was a really good argument. In fact, Mukta Charita, a good portion of that whole book is the arguments between Vishaka and Krishna and other gopis and Krishna. And Sri Radharani can't see, but she could hear. And finally, Subala. Subala is one of Krishna's most intimate, loving cowherd boy friends. His complexion and his appearance was so much like Srimati Radharani. And he and his Priya Narmasakas, these cowherd boys, were so much participating in making beautiful, beautiful arrangements for the meetings and the loving relations between Radha Gopinath. So Subala came to try to mediate between the gopis and Krishna, trying to give some sort of settlement. We see in the world today, there's so many people trying to mediate opposing parties. There's nations that are fighting, and it takes very powerful people, very connected people to successfully mediate. There is no one more qualified to mediate between Krishna and gopis than Subala. And after some time, he failed. He gave up. He couldn't change the gopis' minds, and he couldn't change Krishna's mind. At that time, Sri Radharani and gopis, they gave up. They went to Radha Kund. And at Radha Kund, they were talking amongst each other, what now? Krishna, he took the most precious, most beautiful, most fragrant of all his pearls, and with his own loving hands, he made a necklace. And then he put it in a precious golden box. And with his own hands, Krishna wrote he engraved on that box, Radha. And then he made another pearl necklace with his own hands and placed it in another golden box and wrote the name of another gopi. And in this way, each and every gopi who was there at Radha Kund, he made a golden box with their name engraved. And through a messenger, he sent all these pearl necklaces to the gopis. And the gopis were so filled with joy. But when you're filled with joy in bhakti, you just want to reciprocate. That's how joy is expressed, by reciprocating. When we receive joy, we don't just want to keep it. We want to reciprocate and give joy. So Srimati Radharani, she went to Pushpavan, and there she collected the most fragrant, lovely flowers, and she made wonderful garland for Krishna. And then on the banks of Radha Kund, she cooked the foods that Krishna liked the most. And she sent through her messengers to Krishna. And in this way, the gopis were filled with joy. Krishna was supremely filled with joy that he gave them so much joy. And the Sakis, they decorated themselves with all the gifts of Krishna, and they went home. And all their families saw, you planted our pearls, and look at what you have. Their families were so proud. They were so happy. There was a wonderful festival of joy among all the residents of Vrindavan. Just beyond Malihari Kund is Shiva Kodi. There's a wonderful pastime that took place there. And this pastime could be told anywhere in the world, and it deeply touches people's hearts. There was a girl jackal that lived in that forest. Now, jackals have very little prestige. We say, this person has the grace of a swan, the voice of a cuckoo, the beauty of a peacock, the courage of a lion. But if you compare anyone to a jackal, it will always be an insult. Because what are jackals? They're scavengers. They live by eating dead, rotting corpses. They don't even kill the animals. They just eat corpses. And they're pretty scrawny. And the sound that they make, sometimes in Mayapur you hear so many jackals. Who could make the sound of a jackal? Would anyone like to try? I must say that the jackals are melodious compared to you. But they're just a nuisance. So these little children in the area, they were playing, little boys, girls don't do these things, but little boys, they're so cruel. They saw this jackal, this low-class little animal, and they started chasing the jackal and throwing stones at the jackal and running up and catching the jackal and beating the jackal with sticks. And the jackal was screaming and crying in pain, and she ran away, and the boys kept chasing her, and they were shouting insults at this little girl, jackal, beating, stoning, and finally the jackal jumped in a hole in the ground, and the boys built a fire around the hole and were shouting insults in the hole, and the fire was burning hotter and hotter and hotter, and they knew that the jackal had to come out or she would burn to death, and they were just waiting with their sticks. From the core of her heart, this jackal was in so much utter distress, all alone, hopeless, helpless. She was just crying out in her jackal voice. And Srimati Radharani was at Radhakund with her friends, and she heard it. She told Lalita Saki, "No one in my forest should suffer. Go help her." Lalita Saki came running to the place of Shiva Gauri, and there she saw the boys standing around the hole, and Lalita Saki chased all the boys away. Then she put out the fire. Then she looked down, and the jackal was so terrified. She was just on the bottom of the hole, coiled up. And Lalita Saki looked down in the hole and whispered kind words. And that little she-jackal peeked her head up and saw the compassionate glance of Lalita Saki. And Lalita Saki reached her hand in and lifted the jackal out of the hole and petted the jackal. And then she brought that jackal. The jackal kind of bowed down to Lalita Saki's feet, and she brought her into the presence of Srimati Radharani. The jackal bowed at Radha's feet. She glanced with such mercy. She petted that jackal. She filled that jackal with ecstatic prema bhakti. And that jackal, by Radharani's mercy, is eternally her pet, participating in Sri Radha's Leelas. That jackal represents a conditioned soul in this material world, vulnerable to so many sufferings. Those village boys represent the three modes of material nature that inflict so much suffering. The fire represents samsara, the fire of material existence. And samsara davanali loka, karuna. Lalita Saki represents the Guru, whose karuna, whose compassion extinguishes the burning fire of material existence and brings us into the presence of Shri Shri Radha Govinda. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his through his parampara is bringing us into the loving presence of Radha and Krishna by teaching us how to sincerely and properly chant their holy names. And in our yatra, we are absorbing ourselves in hearing these transcendental pastimes, these most essential teachings. We're striving to help one another to be sincerely absorbed in a desire to serve, in a desire to please. Because unless we truly, deeply develop this service attitude, we cannot taste the glories of the holy names. We cannot really be transformed by hearing Hari Katha unless we have this sense of urgency, the sense of gratitude. And gradually we're striving with all honesty and earnestness to be a servant of the servant of the Lord. From Shiva Kauri, we come to Sri Radha Kund. And in one sense, this is the beginning of our lecture. But in spiritual life, beginning and end are the same. Nitya Leela is the end is a new beginning. And the beginning, but Sri Radha Kund, the holiest of all holy places. In the spiritual world, Radha and Krishna, in Goloka, Radha and Krishna's bodies melt in love for one another to form Radha Kund and Shama Kund. And in this world, during the Rasa Leela, Radha Kund and Shama Kund manifested. And Krishna proclaimed that there is no place more dear to me than Radha Kund, because Radha Kund is so dear to you, Srimati Radharani. And just as Radha Kund is dear to Krishna because of Radha's love, Radharani, Radha Kund, that same love is permeating. And therefore, it is proclaimed the holiest of all holy places, not to be taken lightly. We should approach with the deepest reverence, and we should feel ourselves so utterly unqualified. To the degree we consider ourselves qualified is our disqualification. Raghunath Das Goswami had Bhajan Kutir, Rupa Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. After hearing Lord Chaitanya's pastimes every day for many years from Raghunath Das Goswami, with the blessings of all the Vaishnavas, with the blessings of Madan Mohan. On the banks of Radha Kund, he compiled Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. The postgraduate study of Srimad Bhagavatam. He was in his 90s, and he etched on simple scrolls made of leaves. And later, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur made his residence there. There's a Baitaka Balabacharya Madhavendra Puri. When Raghunath Das Goswami first came, it was just a Radha Kund, Shama Kund were little puddles in a field. And he excavated it into the beautiful Radha Kund and Shama Kund in the spirit of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, not only to glorify these holy places, but to make them accessible holy places for devotees from all over the world to come and worship Sri Radha Govinda in the form of their kundas. Beyond Radha Kund and Shama Kund is Mukarai, the place of the residence of Srimati Radharani's grandmother, Mukara. She was the mother of Kirtida. And Kirtida and Yashodamai, Kirtidamai and Shodamai, when they were little children, they were best friends. And Mukarai, she was like a mother to both of them. And later, Yashoda married Nanda Maharaj, Kirtida married Vrishabhanu, and she was like the grandmother for Krishna and Sri Radha. Directly Radha's, but she had the same feelings. And she was always there to facilitate the loving pastimes of Radha and Krishna. She was practically the only one in Vrindavan that would chastise Jatila. She would even facilitate the Parakiya Rasa of Radha and Krishna, sometimes in her own home of Makarai. In the spiritual world, everyone is eternally youthful. No one ages in the spiritual world. Everyone is full of love. Makarai is eternally a grandmother. She's totally youthfully old. She's totally enthusiastically, actively tired. The pastimes of Vrindavan are filled with transcendental mysteries of love. And then we come to the Pushpavan, the favorite most flower garden or forest of Srimati Radharani and Gopis. There's whole sections of Kadamba trees and Kameli trees and Bakula trees and Tamal trees. And each one has the most beautiful flowers and the most beautiful leaves. And Srimati Radharani collects those flowers to bring to offer to Krishna in Radha Kund. And in Pushpavan, one of the most beautiful places in all of Braja, when Krishna was once decorating Sri Radha's hair with the flowers of Pushpavan, he wanted water to sprinkle on them, but there was no water. Lord Govinda pushed his flute into the ground and formed Kusum Sarovar. He pushed his flute, and by the love of Krishna's heart in his flute, Kusum Sarovar was formed with beautiful, beautiful waters in the middle of Pushpavan, surrounded by the most auspicious, lovely trees, and it was filled with lotuses. It became a favorite place of water sports for Krishna and gopis. On the banks of Kusum Sarovar is the Radha Ban Bihari temple, which is now Shanti Mataji and Pulindra Mataji have been serving there. Shanti Mataji she's actually was born at Uddhava Kund, and she married a great saint who lived at Kusum Sarovar, and they've been worshiping in that temple for many generations. And by their great mercy and the mercy of Giriraj, they've allowed many of our devotees to offer service there. So please go and visit and help in whatever way you can. Just across from there is Narada Muni. It's Narada Kund. The story is that Narada Muni approached Lord Shiva because he had been everywhere. And he's just always Narada Muni Bhajaivina Radhika Nirmana Name. He's the guru of Dhruva. He's the guru of Prahlad. He's the guru of the Prachetas. He was there in Ram's Leela. He was there in Krishna's Leela. But seeing the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, he didn't want to just be a saint giving blessings. He wanted to have the experience of serving Radha and Krishna, Radha Dasyam. So he approached Lord Shiva, how could I do this? Gopeshwar Mahadev, he knows. Mahadev told Narada that you should go to Vrindavan and you should perform your bhajan with this devotion and approach Vrinda Devi, the goddess of Vrindavan. So after Narada Muni was deeply absorbed, like many of us are striving to do, in hearing and chanting and meditating on the glories of Krishna, Vrinda Devi saw the sincerity and the purity of his heart and brought him to the northwestern corner of Kusum Sarovar and told him to bathe. He submerged himself into Kusum Sarovar with this prayer, with this absorption. And when he emerged, he had the bhav, the love, and the form of a gopi. And Vrinda Devi came and called him, now he's not Narada Muni, he's Naradi Gopi. And she brought him to Radha Kund. Now the great Narada Muni, the guru of Vyasadeva. Now he's a little girl. The ultimate achievement of his entire aspiration in life. And he was allowed to be a servant of a servant of a servant of Sri Radha and gopis. And Krishna told her, Narada Gopi, you should become Narada Muni again. And you should write the glories of Vrindavan. So Brinda Devi took him back to Kusum Sarovar, to the southeastern corner, and he bathed, and Narada Gopi came out Narada Muni. And he went to Narada Kund in the Narada Van, and there he compiled the Narada Bhakti Sutras. From there we go to Shambhan. And these stories are so beautiful, but Shambhan is a wonderful place where Krishna he and his cowherd boyfriends would be taking prasad and playing at Gowala Pokar, and he would slip away and come to Shambhan and have wonderful pastimes the Goswamis share with us, with gopis. And there is the Ratna Singhasan, one of the most favorite thrones of jewels that Radha and Krishna would be served by the gopis and sakis. And it was in Shambhan, Srimad Bhagavatam describes, on the night of Holi, later Gaur Purnima, that Shankachuda, terrible, powerful, arrogant demon, came. And he actually came with us. He was so envious of Krishna and Balaram. They were Krishna and Balaram and gopis, they were dancing together and singing, and just to please them, Balaram and Krishna started singing so sweetly. Because the gopis were singing so sweetly, they wanted to reciprocate. They sang so sweetly that all the notes and all the melodies of all the ragas, they could sing simultaneously. So beautiful. Praising the moonlight, praising the stars, praising the forest, praising the singing of the birds, praising the humming of the bees, praising the charming atmosphere of Govardhan, and praising the gopis' love. Shankachuda was thinking, such beautiful girls, they should be mine. So with a stick, he didn't touch them, but with his stick, he took them away from Krishna and Balaram, and they cried out for their help. And Krishna liberated Shankachuda. If you want to hear the whole story, it's in Srimad Bhagavatam. And if you want to hear our own beloved founder, Acharya, and worshipable guru tell it in his own words, there's a whole chapter of Krishna book, the killing of Shankachuda. And beyond there is Gwala Pokhara, where Krishna and cowherd boys perform so many leelas. One time, they would have lunch there. They would love to make their plates out of rocks and flowers and leaves, and they would laugh and they would joke. And every preparation they would taste, all the cowherd boys would lovingly praise the preparation they ate. And sometimes they'd eat it, and sometimes they'd share it. And in this way, the Sakya Ras, a loving friend and companion of Krishna and Balaram. And one time, Madhumangala, he was with Krishna at Surya Kunda. And while Krishna was meeting with Srimati Radharani, Madhumangala, dressed as a Brahmin priest, he was performing puja for the sun god on behalf of, and giving blessings to gopis. So the gopis gave him dakshina, and he requested ladus cooked with their love. So Krishna and Madhumangal came back to Gwalapokar, and he had a cloth bag filled with ladus given by gopis. And so that he could keep them all for himself, he hid them under his dhoti. When they arrive, Krishna, by his glance, signaled to Balaram, without any words, just by his glance, Madhumangal has ladus. Balaram said, "What is that in that bag you're hiding?" Madhumangal said, "They're ladus, they're dakshina. I was priest, they were given to me. Why are you hiding them?" "Because I know all you cowherd boys are very, very hungry, and you're lusty people, you can't control your senses. You might steal them from me." And Balaram whispered in Madhumangala's ear, "They are very hungry. If you don't give them and share them, they will take them." Madhumangal replied, "I am a Brahmin. These ladus are the property of a Brahmin. It's very sinful to take the property of a Brahmin." He spoke with great authority. Such gravity. Behind him, one of the cowherd boys silently came and covered his eyes from behind, like this, of Madhumangal, so he couldn't see anything. And suddenly, when he was blindfolded by one cowherd boy, another cowherd boy pulled away all the ladus. And then another cowherd boy pulled out the back pleat of his dhoti. And then another cowherd boy pulled out the front pleat of his dhoti. And his dhoti fell to the ground. And Madhumangal is blindfolded. He can't see anything. He's in his underwear. And he's hearing all the gopas glorifying the taste of his ladus. And when he finally could see, the gopas were dancing around him, each one holding his ladus and eating them and praising the flavor. And Madhumangal was so transcendentally angry. He was trying to catch them, but he didn't have any clothes properly on, and he was shouting threats. And the effect of his threats is while the gopas were dancing around him with his ladus, laughing, jumping, playing, they came and ripped off his turban. And then they took his cowherd boy stick. And they took his buffalo horn. And they took his flute. And they were holding up everything Madhumangal was wearing and holding, and they were all dancing in circles around him, holding it up for him to see and celebrating to each other. "I have this. And Madhu Mangal was very, very upset, transcendentally. And Krishna felt pity for him. Krishna personally put the turban, tied the turban back on Madhu Mangal. Something like the Brajavasis did for Chandramauli Swami Maharaj and Puri Janpro. And then Krishna put his dhoti back on. He was dressing Madhu Mangal. And Krishna gave him back his flute and his stick and his buffalo horn. And then Krishna gave back the bag of his ladus. He gave the bag, but there were no ladus. It was only a few little crumbs. Madhu Mangal, very stressed, he cried out that to atone for this offense against a Brahmin, each one of you must give me 1,000 ladus. The response, a roar of laughter. And even Krishna laughed. And even Madhu Mangal laughed. And they all danced together and celebrated the wonderful pastimes of Braj Bhumi in Gwala Pokhara. And from there, we continue the parikrama along the beautiful darshan of Shri Giriraj Govardhan. And we return to the village of Govardhan, to Manasi Ganga, where we bow our heads with sincerely prayerful and grateful hearts, praying that we can reciprocate with the great blessing and mercy we have had of Govardhan Parikrama by very sincerely committing our hearts and our lives to following the teachings we have received. Srila Prabhupada gave us such a wonderful, simple process. Just live a pure life. Whatever we have, recognize it's meant for Krishna's pleasure. Whatever we can do, it's meant for Krishna's pleasure. We follow these 4 regulative principles because by living impious, sinful, or violent lives, we become disconnected from that spirit of devotional service. We pray to please our gurus, to please Srila Prabhupada, to please Krishna, with determination, with faith, with enthusiasm. To study Srila Prabhupada's beautiful books, to read these books by our great acharyas, to sincerely take shelter of the holy names in japa and in kirtan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Radha and Krishna. He took the role of a devotee to teach us the perfect way of becoming devotees. And how did Lord Chaitanya do it? Not only by tasting the sweetness of Krishna consciousness by his own loving association with devotees and his hearing and chanting, but by spreading the message to the world. Lord Chaitanya told us how to be a devotee and please him by helping to spread Krishna consciousness in every town and village. He compared himself to a fruit seller, a gardener. He had the fruits of love of God. He said, how many of these fruits of prema bhakti can I distribute with my 2 hands? I request all those who are my devotees to assist me in spreading these fruits, distributing them everywhere. Do not consider who is fit or unfit. Give everyone the chance. That was the spirit of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. And close to our own lifetime, that was the spirit of Thakur Bhakti Vinod. That was the spirit of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the 6 Goswamis. They were giving the facility for all time to come for all people with the knowledge and the example for the whole world to be Krishna conscious. And then Srila Prabhupada, he circled the world 14 times distributing these fruits. Yes, from our Govardhan Parikrama, we're so grateful. And we bow down and we pray that we can reciprocate by being more determined in our sadhana, more determined to not waste moments speaking gossip, criticism, or mundane subjects, but as much as possible to hear and chant the glories of the Lord and the better ways to serve the Lord. To be the servant of the servant of the servant of the devotees for the pleasure of the Lord. And to taste and help Srila Prabhupada spread throughout the world the Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, the prime benediction for all beings, the chanting of the holy names. The parikrama took a little longer than expected. We were somewhat relaxed, but I thank you very much. And I pray from my heart and all the wonderful organizers of this yatra. We are all praying with all of our hearts that each and every one of you will bless us and accept us as your servants. And we pray that wherever you may go in the world, that you carry the impressions, the experiences, the recollections of this yatra in your hearts for your whole life. And we pray that Srila Prabhupada and our most beloved acharyas and the Goswamis and Panchatattva and Sri Sri Radha Gopinath will shower their blessings upon each one of you to protect you, to inspire you, and to infuse your life with happiness in Krishna consciousness. Thank you very much. Please take shelter of the names of the Lord. Take shelter of Hari Katha. In whatever ways, big or small, let us try to share this gift with the world. And please be very kind with each other. Let us have kirtan. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshadarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. This will be the closing kirtan of our yatra and the beginning kirtan of our next yatra. Whatever energy that may still remain in your bodies, minds, let us offer every drop of it in this last kirtan. Raise your arms and chant very loudly with great feeling. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please, very loudly. Haribo. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone say Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo! Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, Nitai Gaura Premanandi, Gaura Premanandi, Nitai Gaura Premanandi, Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, please, together, let us fill the world. Let us fill the universe with the deluge of mercy that Lord Chaitanya has come to bring to the world. At the Yoga Pita, the home of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, at the time when there was great challenge, persecution, and strife among the devotees, when Chandkazi outlawed Sankirtan and was inflicting harsh punishments on anyone who broke his law. Lord Gauranga, he raised his arms and told all the devotees and people of Navadvip that tonight I will come into the streets and I will lead the Harinam Sankirtan through all the homes, all the shops, all the bathing ghats to the house of Chandkazi. I have incarnated in this world and brought the limitless storm of Harinam Sankirtan and pure love of God, and I've come to flood the world. Let us flood the world very loudly, praying to be instruments of the compassion of Shri Radha Govinda, Shri Gaur Nitai, Srila Prabhupada, and all of our acharyas. Let's sing the holy names with all of our hearts together, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Through this Maha Mantra, Lord Gauranga and Lord Nityananda have pleaded with us, encouraged us, and instructed us to not only bring strife from suffering, to not only bring peace in this divided, conflicted world, arrogance, prejudice, racism, bigotry, battles, wars, suffering, death. Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda came with this peace formula by which we can individually and collectively transcend this world of suffering and bring love. bring devotion, bring a spirit of service and compassion. This is why we live. Let us shower the world with the mercy of the Lord. One more time. Hundreds of trillions of times louder. From our hearts. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everyone louder, play. Vikrama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please close your eyes, raise your arms one more time. Whatever our beloved Lord Sri Krishna has given you, let us offer every drop of that energy back with this mantra. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everyone louder, please. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Haribo. Gaur Premanandi, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Namamishwaram Sachidanandarupam Lasatkundalam Gokule Brajamanam Namamishwaram Sachidanandarupam Lasatkundalam Gokule Brajamanam Yashodabhiyolukhaladhavamanam Paramrishtamatyantato dhrityagopya Rudantam muhurnetram yugmam rijantam Karamboja yugmena satankanetram Muhushwasakam patrire खगकण्ठा स्थितग्रैव दामोदरं भक्तिबद्धम् इति दृक्स्वलीला वीरानन्दकुण्डे स्वघोषं निमज्जन्तम् आख्यापयन्तम् तदीयेषु तज्ञेषु भक्तर्जितत्वम् पुनः प्रेमतस्तं शतावृत्ति वन्दे वरं देवमोक्षं न मोक्षावधिं वा न चान्यं ऋणेऽहं वरेषदपीह इदं ते वपुरनाथ गोपालबालम् सदा मे मनस्यां विरस्तं किमन्ये इदं ते मुखं भोजम् अत्यन्तनीलै वृतं कुन्तलै स्निग्धरक्तश्च गोप्या मुहुश्चुम्बितं बिम्बरक्तधरं मे मनस्या विरस्तामलं लक्ष्यलाभे नमो देवदामोदरानन्तविष्णो प्रसीद प्रभो दुःखजालविमग्नम् कृपादृष्टिवृष्ट्यातिदिनं बतानो गृहाणेश मामज्ञं मे दक्षिदृश्य कुबेरात्मजौ बद्धमूर्तैव यद्वा त्वया मोचितौ भक्तिभाजो कृतौ च तथा प्रेम भक्तिं स्वकाम्ये प्रयच्छ न मोक्षे ग्रहो मेस्ते दामोदरेह नमस्तेऽस्तु दाम्ने स्फुरदीप्तिधाम्ने त्वदीयोदरायाथ विश्वस्य धामे। नमो राधिकाय त्वदीय प्रियाय, नमो नन्तलीलाय देवाय तुभ्यम्। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा हरे